BTS, 7 Seas Grandeur, singling up now, requesting permission to depart 102, backing up and swinging out to starboard middle swing ground.
7 Seas Grandeur, Southampton BTS, that's all received. May proceed if safe to do so, and the red Jet 7 just approaching Town Quay. Over.
Thank you.
Ahoy! Shipmates! Phew, it's quite warm in the old cabin here. I hadn't realised. It only says 20.5 C, but 48% humidity. But I don't know, it feels a bit warmer, that to me. Very amusing, though, really, isn't it? Over the weekend, we've had some not really very decent weather. It's been a bit cold, a bit drizzly, a bit wet. Some shipmates have reported thunderstorms in various locations. We had some very dark skies, very dramatic last night for last night's Ships TV. But this evening, we've got 5 ships. It's our Mega Monday, and I've just realised I haven't updated the list. Oops, hang on, let the captain do some work in a second. But anyway, I was only just back into my cabin in time. But look at this, 5 ships in port. So we've got the 7 Seas Grandeur. She's singling up, and she's going back to the middle swing ground here. Then the Aurora, she's going to the upper swing ground up here. And then we have another one departing. Which one's departing after that? I'm just not prepared again. It's the trouble with these Monday broadcasts. Let's have a look. Which one was next? 7 Seas Voyager. Yeah, so the 7 Seas Grandeur is going to go past the 7 Seas Voyager, which hopefully means they might have a bit of honking. We can see the 7 Seas Voyager. You can see the stern of the 7 Seas Voyager there. Just about see the bow on port cam. And, of course, this is the Ada Perla, which blocks our view completely. If a whiz box crown round, we'll probably have a good view of the 7 Seas Voyager. But anyway, my point is we could have lots of hooting and honking shortly. Maybe I should write up the list. The only thing I haven't done is written up the list for this evening's movements. 5 ships departing on this Mega Monday. We have the Aurora and 7 Seas Grandeur. 7 Seas Grandeur, she was on the radio lit. She's on the move. Aurora on the move shortly. Then at 5 o'clock, the 7 Seas Voyager. Then we've got a bit of a gap for some galley time there. Then Mine Chief 3, 8, and Ada Perla at 8:30.
Kaya Lower 2, Southampton BTS.
Just going to write up the timetable here for the ship's movements. Yes, I'm actually quite hot and sticky. I've rushed back into the cabin. It's amazing how often.
Kia Lower 2, Southampton BTS.
It's amazing how often I arrive just in the nick of time. Okay, right. So let's put this in the list. Just updating the list so you can get an idea what's going on this evening. Right. So first of all is the 7 Seas Grandeur. And Paul from Love Cruise sent me over some pricing on the 7 Seas Grandeur, and woohoo! Yeah, you're going to be laughing when you see those. Aurora is next away. Then 7 Seas. I don't think we've had two Seven Seas ships in at the same time before now. It's a rarity. Seven Seas is a Regent's cruise line, and it's a luxury cruise line. Much smaller ships and a lot more expensive. Popped in a dancing man earlier, actually, and there were lots of Germans there as I walked past. Which one's last? Last is the Ada Perla, isn't it? Yeah. The city of Southampton is full of Germans at the moment, visiting on Munchie 3 and probably on the Ada Perla. There we go. Right, that's that saved. Right, anything on box cam yet? Nothing on box cam yet. Good. Even though I'm not quite prepared, I'm actually doing reasonably well here. Just save that one. Oh, no, I haven't put the galley information on here.
VTS, Red Castrol, shortly getting underway from Royal Pier, shifting round to 48 berth, shutting down. Back in again tomorrow morning, 3:40, that'll be for a 4:25 sailing.
Red Kestrel, Southampton, VTS has all received traffic information. Inbound traffic, the Red Eagle at the Cadland and the Seven Seas Grandeur has just departed from 102 berth, outbound, over.
Yeah, I'll copy, thank you.
Right, there we go. This is the list of the ship's movements this evening. And I'm having a quick look at... Oh, yeah, the Seven Seas Grandeur. She has just moved away. There we go.
VTS, Aurora.
She's just moved away a little bit. See?
VTS.
Oh, no, Aurora's on the radio. She's here.
Aurora, Southampton, VTS has all received, thank you.
She's going to the upper swing ground, so she's going up here while the Seven Seas Grandeur will be down here. So we've got these two ships starting at 4 o'clock. Then we have the Seven Seas Voyager. She's over here. That's the stern of Seven Seas Voyager. She will departs at 5 o'clock. Then I reckon we'll have a bit of galley time. So get yourself down to the galley. Make sure the pies are in the oven. And the rum is in the decanter. Then 8 o'clock, Mein Chief 3, which we can't see at all. And then Ada Perla, which we can see here, which I don't think we see in port very often either. Ada Perla. Right, so I've done that. The only thing I need to do is come up with some... Save the ad... Oh, hello. I can see a ship. Don't know why I sound surprised. Right, let's find the adverts that Paul sent over, because these prices are... enlightening is how I'm going to describe the prices for this evening. That's Aurora. In fact, these prices on Aurora look pretty good, but the ones on Seven Seas look a little different. Downloading. Saving. Lots to save. Right, that's all done. I'm thinking I'm almost up to speed here. So we are watching... What are we watching now? Watching one of the Seven Seas. No, that's Aurora. Hey, there we go. So this is the Seven Seas Grandeur. Oh, where's the Seven Seas Grandeur off to? Let's have a look. Normally I try and do all of this before I go live, but sometimes if I get back just in the nick of time, which this evening is one of those situations, I frantically have to go through and set everything up.
Roger 6, Southampton, VTS, that's all received. Traffic information. The Red Falcon at Northwest Netley, outbound. The Seven Seas Grandeur has just departed from 102 berths. She'll be swinging at middle swinging grounds, then proceeding outbound. And the Aurora just about to depart from 106 berth. Over.
This is the Seven Seas Grandeur, and she's departing on a 10-day one-way trip from Southampton to Reykjavik. She's calling in at Kristiansand in Norway, Bergen in Norway, Sealsdefjord in Iceland, Akurey in Iceland, Siglufjord in Iceland, Ilsefjord in Iceland, Grandeur in Iceland.
Lady Bird, VTS will receive. Thank you.
And then arriving in Reykjavik. Now, this is not a cheap cruise ship. Here's an example of a cruise. This one is for July on the Seven Seas Navigator. We've got quite a few ships, Seven Seas. I'm having a slight issue here. What's going on here? Oh, no, issue resolved. There we go. Camera's working now. Yes, this is a cruise on the Seven Seas Navigator later this month for 20 nights. Fjords, whales and reindeer. An interesting combination. Not sure which ones you eat and which ones you ride. And that calls in at Ireland. And then up to Greenland. Narsak, on Powamit and Nuuk. Great names there. Gotta love the Greenland names. A couple of days at sea, and then Reykjavik for Ilsefjord, Tronshaven and the Faroe Islands. Like the Faroe Islands, really need to get up to the Faroe Islands. That's probably my top 10 destination I want to go to. It's definitely a top 10, maybe even top 5, probably higher than top 5. The Faroe Islands, really want to go up there. Court on the Orkney Islands, then Leith in Scotland for Edinburgh. And those start at £17,249 per person for a penthouse suite, or for a grand suite at £26,929 per person. But this is the one that particularly piqued my interest. The Grand Mediterranean Odyssey. This is on the Seven Seas Mariner. And it's 82 nights. Visiting 68 different ports and 14 days at sea. Calling in at France, Guernsey, Spain, Portugal, Morocco, Monaco, Italy, Malta, Montenegro, Croatia, Greece, Turkey, Cyprus, Israel, Egypt and Tunisia. Wow, that is a cruise. And if you fancy the signature suite, that is £176,000. Oh, and £19 per person. That'll be a relatively cool £340,000 for a cruise. £350,000. I probably won't be going on that one.
Kaya lower 2, Kaya lower 2, Southampton VTS.
But even cruises on this Seven Seas Grandeur for this 10-day one-way trip to Reykjavik, calling in at Norway, and then a whole lot of stops in Iceland before eventually arriving in Reykjavik. They even start at $29,000 per person. So you can see, a very luxury ship indeed. We haven't had any numbers yet. The Seven Seas Grandeur, she's 2 years old. I'm not sure we've seen her before. It's difficult to tell. We don't see these Seven Seas ships very often. Anywhere between 754 and 829 passengers, 542 crew. Her sister ships are the Seven Seas Splendor and the Seven Seas Explorer. Oh, the shipmate Emma Cruz. I see you in the chat. I must get one of your maps. See plenty of shipmates in the chat, so I'm a bit late arriving into my cabin, so I'll just whiz through and hello to all members. Hi there, Stu Footer. Hi there, Deborah Speller. Hi there, David. Hi there, Steve Mack. Hi there, Pam Wolf. Hi there, Edward Coates. And ahoy there, Elizabeth G. And ahoy there, Donna S. Gosh, I was busy, wasn't I? And ahoy there, Tizzy C. And ahoy there, Neil Mundy. Right, we'll get a little look down the sharp end of the ship. So anyway, that's if you fancy making a purchase of the signature suite on the Seven Seas Mariner for the 82-night cruise, they're calling the Grand Mediterranean Odyssey for 2027, just give Paul at Love Cruise a call. I'm sure we'll be more than happy to help you out.
DTS, ready, go just passing Northwest Netley. Permission to continue at speed, mindful of the traffic you've given us.
Red Eagle, VTS, you may continue at speed if safe to do so. With caution, the Seven Seas Grandeur is just almost completing her swing at the middle swinging ground to proceed outbound. Over.
Oh, the light is wonderful this afternoon. This one is for the Regal Shores. They're calling this. This is on the new one, the Seven Seas Prestige.
A VTS, Red Castro, sending the last couple of lines on 48 berth now, shutting down. Thanks for all the help.
Red Castro VTS, that's all received. Thank you.
And that's calling in at Le Havre in France. Peter Port in Guernsey, cruising the Bay of Biscay. Pouliac in France, overnight. Cruising the Bay of Biscay again, Gijon in Spain, La Coruna in Spain, Vigo in Spain, Porto in Portugal, and Lisbon in Portugal. 12 nights on board. Yours for a snip for the deluxe veranda seat from £10,939 per person, or the Horizon seat, the Horizon Penthouse suite from £16,729. I think this is our first ever Mega Monday. So I should be now calling these in future. I wonder if we'll get any honks out of the Seven Seas Grandeur. I have a feeling it's not really their thing, honking. Oh, yes, it is getting quite sunny. We had some very dramatic cloud formations yesterday. Looks like today is not disappointing. Got a real puddle of sun just in front of the Seven Seas Grandeur. It's a bit like the Truman Show, isn't it? They've requested sun on the bow for their departure.
VTS, Seven Seas Grandeur, swing complete, middle swing ground, proceeding outbound, main channel to east.
Seven Seas Grandeur, Southampton VTS, that's all received. Inbound traffic, the Red Eagle at Western Shelf and the Red Jet 6 at the Hook. Over.
Thank you.
Seven Seas Grandeur, well, in fact, most of the Seven Seas ships are some of the smallest ships we see here in the port of Southampton. Only 55,000 gross tons, and like I say, passenger capacity somewhere between 750 and 830. Really quite small, but a very luxurious offering indeed. I've not been on one as yet. In fact, I'm off on an Oceania ship next Monday for a ship visit. So I do enjoy ship visits, especially on Oceania ships. I think that's probably my new favourite line to visit. Passenger to space ratio, should you be interested, is 68. I'm not actually familiar with what a good number is, but I'd imagine that's a fairly good number. Can't see anyone out at the balconies. Totally fine dining on board this one.
Seven Seas Grandeur, pithead now, outbound.
Don't think there'll be too many buffet stuffers.
Seven Seas Grandeur, Southampton VTS, that's all received. Thank you.
Well, it's turned into a fairly decent day. It started off this morning a bit drizzly and a bit grey, a bit overcast, a bit dreary.
VTS, Red Jet 7. Good afternoon.
Now the sun has come back.
Red Jet 7, Southampton VTS, inbound traffic, the Red Eagle, south of Dockhead. Red Jet 6 at 40 deep. Outbound traffic, the Seven Seas Grandeur at Pierhead, and the Aurora just departing from 106. Over.
Oh, yes, I'll have a quick look on
Nice and
Aurora.
copy, thank you.
Aurora's not actually moved anywhere just as yet. She's still at the dock side. Holy shipmate Nicholas Source, Captain, how do you get ship visits? Well, that's quite easy to answer. Luckily, Paul, our channel sponsor from Love Cruise, is giving us all these fantastic prices. Because being a travel agent, he has the facility to allow me on board for the agent's visits. So I tag along as the social media correspondent. I see, yeah, Shipmate Emma Cruises feels a bit sneaky listening to their calls on the VTS radio. I can get what you're saying. Sometimes when they start talking about very funny, peculiar things happening, yes, it really does feel like you're eavesdropping on a conversation that you shouldn't be listening to. But most of the time, it's fairly routine stuff. Well, the shipmate Steve Max has always chucked it down in Leicestershire a couple of hours ago. Yeah, it was raining here this morning in port. I've noticed the camera needs adjustment. Got a lot of work to do on all my cameras. This is a cruise on the Seven Seas Grandeur for June of next year. English Channel Icons. Calling it Saint Malo in France, La Rochelle in Spain, Bordeaux in France, heading down towards the Bay of Biscay, Saint Jean de Luz in France, Bilbao in Spain, and La Coruña in Spain, and then arriving back at the port of Southampton. That's 9 nights on board, starting at £7,999, or for a grand suite, £18,309. I'm going to move the camera around because I think we potentially might see a bit of Aurora shortly. She's going to the upper swing round. Nothing as yet, no. So Aurora is up that way somewhere, but can't see her just yet. I think you notice with these smaller cruise ships is they disappear behind the buildings here at Town Quay. Don't really see that very often, especially with the larger cruise ships. It's a busy Monday, calling this the Mega Monday. We've got the 5 departures today. Seven Seas Grandeur, she's on the move. Aurora supposedly is on the move. Let me check the map. Check the mapping. Nope. No movement there on Aurora just yet. She's still... Oh, hang on. No, she might have... No, yeah, she might be moving out ever so slowly. Yep. Okay, she's moving out slowly. Then we have the Seven Seas Voyager at 5 o'clock. Seven Seas Voyager, we can see the stern of here on Netley Cab. I'm hoping that when the Seven Seas Voyager passes the Seven Seas Grandeur, they're going to honk their horns at each other. That would be tradition. 2 ships from the same cruise line. In fact, just see the Seven Seas Grandeur approaching on the right-hand side of the screen there. Then have a bit of a break for galley time. 8 o'clock Mein Chief 3, and then at 8:30 Ada Perla. That's Ada Perla. Getting some very Simpson-like clouds up there in the sky, aren't we? Right, Seven Seas Grandeur is back on the screen. She disappeared behind Town Quay for a while. There's the Red Funnel Ferry coming in. This will give you a good idea of scale, because the Red Funnel Ferry doesn't actually look that small now compared to this cruise ship. What's this conversation talking about? Someone talking about
Red Osprey, Southampton VTS, that's all received. Outbound traffic, the Red Falcon approaching the hook, followed by Red Jet 7. The 7 sees Grandeur, just passing 38.9 berth. She is a clear channel vessel. And the Aurora just departed 106 outbound. Over.
Oh yeah, shipmates.
VTS, Roger.
P. Clemmy 1 asked a question.
Red Jet 6, Southampton VTS, that's all received. You may continue at speed if safe to do so. With caution of the outbound 7 seas Grandeur just passing 38.9 berth. Over.
Thanks very much.
Is there any reason these ships give out their numbers on live air? Well, yes. It's. I think I see now why Richard C. Sometimes I work my way back through the chat. It's not always the most efficient way of doing things. In fact, it's definitely not the most efficient way of doing things. Shipmate Richard CD comes back with the great answers. Yeah, VTS is a public channel. It's broadcasts on a VHF, Marine VHF channel 12. I think if memory serves me correctly. And it is indeed recommended that boaters listen to it because they'll give you information of weather warnings, anything you need to slow down for. Well, as predicted, a little bit of honking between the two 7 Seas ships, the 7 Seas Grandeur and the 7 Seas Voyager. Hope you managed to hear that. A little bit faint. They were some distance away, and the wind is from the north, which is not helping. In fact, you probably see that at the ferry terminal. Yes, it is. Look, it's blowing the flags to the left. Yes, so the boaters are encouraged to listen to VHF Channel 12. In fact, I did actually ask someone at the governing body, I think it was Ofcom. I said, can I relay it? And they said, yes, it's fine. There are some emergency channels and other channels where they talk to the pilots and so on, which you can listen to if you have a radio, but I don't rebroadcast those. I mean, well, because there's no need. And the emergency channel, you never know what's going on in the emergency channel, and so I don't really want to be broadcasting that. Yeah, we're only interested in the happy side of the activities here in the port. See a few shipmates on the Ada Perla. We also had a. I'm going to show you actually. We had one of our blue spanners was on the money this morning. We had a super yacht arrive in Ocean Village. I wasn't around to have a look. I wish I could have been down there and got the drone out. We have all sorts here in the Port of Southampton. Super yachts, commercial vessels, cruise ships. A whole kit and caboodle. But this was Super Yacht Orion, I think it was. Or was it Onion? I'm pretty sure it was Orion. Yeah, Orion. I'll show you that in a second. Anyways, there goes the 7 Seas Grandeur heading off. And if you fancy booking a cruise, I would say make sure you've got yourself £20,000 or £30,000 spare in your back pocket before you book up on the 7 Seas Grandeur. And there is Aurora heading to the upper swing ground. But I'm just going to show you something that, like I say, our excellent spanner Etienne caught earlier. And that was over on Itchingham. And this is the Super Yacht Orion arriving here in the Port of Southampton. Lovely looking yacht indeed. Went to Ocean Village.
Grandeur, Southampton VTS, that's all received. Next pilot boarding for inbound traffic will be the 3 Wangi 3 at the North Sturbridge at 1800 hours. Over.
The 3 Wangi 3. Now, that's not a real ship name, is it, surely? Who's calling their ship the 3 Wangi 3?
Santonia, Southampton VTS, that's all received. Thank you.
I don't know much about the super yacht Orion. I'll investigate on that one. Well, the shipmates just subscribed. Unfortunately, I just missed your name. I looked over. It was Simon something. Well, welcome aboard, shipmate Simon. Hope you're enjoying the channel. That is the Seven Seas Grandeur, the very delicate and small ultra-luxury cruise ship. She's heading down Southampton water. And then in the upper swing ground, we have P&O's Aurora. So we'll see her at the upper swing ground for a bit, and then she'll just go off screen as she comes past Mine Sheaf 3 and then heads on out towards the Solent. Now, I don't even know where Aurora's off to. I'm not very well prepared today, shipmates. Visibility currently 45 nautical miles, and we have a breeze from the north. It's very nice out there, although I'd say the wind is a touch on the fresh side. Looking quite pleasant out there. The thing about the wind coming from the north, it doesn't really cause a lot of disturbance on the Southampton water here. Normally the wind comes from the southwest and effectively blows right up Southampton water, makes the water quite choppy. Quite a lot of the sailing clubs, the Southampton Sailing Club and the Netley Sailing Club, they like the cameras because even when they've had a good forecast for good weather, they think, well, conditions are great, and then they come down to the sailing club and the water is not very pleasant. It's too lumpy and bumpy. You generally want relatively smooth water if you're on a small sailing dinghy.
Rebel Voyager, PTS.
So they check out the cameras to make sure that the actual conditions are good. And likewise, sometimes you can have forecasts for quite stiff winds.
Rebel Voyager, VTS is all received. Thank you.
Which you quite like a stiff wind if you're on your dinghy and you're out on the trapeze on the dinghy. And then you go and check the camera and you find out the water's flat as a pancake. So, yeah, it makes good sense to check the camera. Well, the shipmate Ruth Herbert. Oh dear. Shipmate Ruth Herbert's potentially providing me with some good information here, depending which way you look at it. It says, don't focus too closely on Ada Perla. You might pick up a nudist or two. I don't know. Is it a nudist ship, that one? I didn't know there was such a thing. Okay, I'll take your word for it. Well, the shipmate Liz McClacken says, the breeze is blooming strong up here. She's up in Ayr in Scotland. So much so the Waverley couldn't get into Ayr Harbour. Oh, your local harbour as well. Oh, that's a blow. So that is the Seven Seas Grandeur. And then starting her swing at the top in the upper swing ground is the P&O Aurora. Plenty of shipmates posting links to the Sriwangi 3. So I don't know where these names come from. Although I was looking at a range of ships made by some Korean company. They were just, I can't remember if they're bulk carriers or ro-ros, but they had the name of, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was something like Ship 102, Ship 103, Ship 104, Ship 105. It wasn't very imaginative at all. So, in that case, Sriwangi 3 is an improvement on Ship 104. There we go. She started her spin up there. Has Aurora. She's off on a 3-day round trip to Guernsey. So hopefully she can get into Guernsey. Our good shipmate Fraser at sea. Check out his YouTube channel. He was telling me a while back that he's tried to get into Guernsey 3 or 4 times and they never can. Obviously the ships can't physically get into Guernsey because they're too big, but they normally drop anchor and take you in by tender. And all the 2 or 3 times he's tried to go, conditions have been too windy, so they've not managed to get in. But I think you'll be okay this time. 7 Seas Grandeur now over on the cruise cam in the distance there. What a small cruise. What a small little ship. Look at that. Great visibility all the way there to the Isle of Wight. In case you're wondering, shipmates, I am the captain of the Solent Ships YouTube channel, broadcasting to you live and direct from the port of Southampton. We'll call that 38 minutes for the Captain's Banner sweepstakes. But I should probably get you all to put your bets into the chat before I go live, and I'll just randomly do it. Probably have some pricing for Aurora in a second. Oh, hi there, shipmates, the cruise monkeys. Oh, the funky monkeys are in the chat. How you doing, monkeys? Oh, the monkeys say they've always managed to get into Jersey, Jammy, or what? I think it's Jammy. You should speak to shipmate Fraser. He's had bad luck with that. Still trying to meet up with the cruise monkeys. Next time you're in port, monkeys, give me a call and we'll have a beer. Aurora, she's at the other end, about 50% of the way through her spin.
BTS, Ferriby.
Derby, VTS.
Yeah, afternoon. Let's just break away from 30. Round for the 7 Seas Voyager.
Derby, Southampton VTS has all received traffic information. The Aurora, the upper swinging ground, will shortly be proceeding outbound. Over.
All copied, thanks.
The cruise monkeys are watching friends sail away on Aurora. Actually, that reminds me, I did have some friends who were going to sail out on Aurora. They must have been going out on the next when she comes back in. Yes, that's right, the 16-day round trip to Europe and Scandinavia. Unfortunately, there's a bit of a medical issue and they've had to delay their cruise. Well, unfortunate. The Aurora, she's off on a relatively simple 3-day cruise to Guernsey. I think she's the oldest ship in P&O's fleet, built in the year 2000, makes her 25 years old. She's 76,000 gross tons, so she's about 20,000 gross tons larger than the 7 Seas Grandeur, but has an average passengers count of around 2,000, so quite a lot more passengers on board the P&O ship. Her passenger to space ratio is only 34. And if you fancy a cruise in Aurora, I can never get this right, I should write it down, but I'm pretty sure that Aurora is an adult only ship, which a lot of our shipmates find quite attractive. Here is a cruise in August this year for 7 nights on board Aurora, Spain and Portugal. That calls in Vigo in Spain, Lisbon in Portugal, Dead Sea, then Cherbourg in France, back to Southampton, and that is 7 nights on board from £949 or £16.99 for a balcony. I think you'll find with the older ships they have a lot fewer balconies than the more modern ships. And yeah, matching price is much higher.
Boat 44, Southampton BTS.
Oh, well, the shipmate Donna S. Oh, she says it's Paul Love Cruise's birthday today. How did you know that?
Boat 44, Southampton BTS. That's received. Question, did you say you're inbound for SMT? Over. Boat 44, Southampton BTS has received inbound for the SMC. Outbound traffic, the 7 Seas Grandeur at Cadland, and the Aurora, the upper swinging ground, about to proceed outbound. Next vessel to depart from Southampton docks is the 7 Seas Voyager, 38 9 berth, starboard side to quay, due to depart 1700. Over.
Yeah, there's the 7 Seas Voyager there. She's due at 5 o'clock, so I think that's going to be pretty much just after Aurora goes past with that timing. I was looking at this cruise here that Paul sent over from Love Cruise. This is a 30-night USA Canada round trip. I wonder if I can't really do that. Boat show's on then. Can't go away then for 30 days. Tempting as that is. Look at this wonderful itinerary.
BTS Aurora swing complete in the upper swing ground, heading outbound.
Station calling Southampton BTS.
BTS Aurora, that's swing complete in the upper swing ground, heading outbound.
Aurora, Southampton BTS, that's all received. Next large movement inbound, the Sri Wangi 3 1800s boarding at Sturbridge. Over.
BTS Aurora, many thanks.
That's got to be the best ship name ever, isn't it? The Sri Wangi 3.
BTS, this is Red Jet 6, shortly away from Town Quay for cars, please.
Red Jet 6, Southampton BTS, all received. Outbound traffic, the 7 Seas Grandeur at the Cadland. She is a clear channel vessel. And the Red Osprey, the Bourne Gap inbound. Over.
That's all copied on 6, thank you.
When I get a Solent Ships boat, I think that Sri Wangi may be a name possibility for it. But anyway, I was looking through this. Paul sent over this, and this is 3,339 for an inside. 30 days, though. 30 days at sea. It's about £100 a night, isn't it, per person? That's not bad at all. That calls it St. John's in Newfoundland and Labrador. Magdalen Islands in Quebec. Halifax in Nova Scotia. Portland in Maine. Boston in Massachusetts. Overnight in Boston. Fantastic. Lovely. You're right in the centre of town there in Boston. New York for 2 nights. Again, the cruise terminal is in the upper west side. And again, a lovely location. Not too far to walk over to Trump Towers and buy some merchandise. Newport, Rhode Island. I do like a bit of Rhode Island. Rockland in Maine. St. John's in New Brunswick. Sydney in Nova Scotia. And then all the way back to the wonderful port of Southampton. Now, that's a good cruise. Weather at that time of the year should be reasonable as well. Perhaps you just want to get away from everything at Christmas time. I know I do. This is a Christmas Scandinavian escape. Departs from Southampton, day at sea, Copenhagen overnight, Oslo overnight, Christmas Day at sea. That avoids any unfortunate taxation problems, I imagine. Rotterdam overnight and a day at sea. Back to Port Southampton, 10 nights on board from $13.99. Lots of overnights in ports. I really enjoy an overnight in port. That would be highly recommended on my book. Although I did hear from one shipmate that they had a complaint about the overnight. A complaint about travelling at Christmas time on the cruise ship, as they didn't get many Yorkshire puddings or baked potatoes or something, or roast potatoes. Very stingy portions. Brussels sprouts, if that's what it was. Someone said they only got 1 Brussels sprouts, and they were indignant about it. The 7 Seas Grandeur She's currently heading past the Esso refinery there. Shipmate Danny says he's just Googled to see who owns the super yacht Orion, but it doesn't say. Hopefully you can find out more. It often doesn't say. They don't like to publicise who owns them, and in fact, not who normally owns them is a company, and some company that is owned by someone. You can normally work it out eventually, but they normally like to keep it a bit quiet, a bit hush hush. In fact, I have some snotty emails from a Russian oligarch who's not very happy with me for making a video about his ship. I may have to reply to those before he sends.
Southampton VTS, 7 Seas Voyager.
Who sends the men round?
7 Seas Voyager, Southampton VTS.
Southampton VTS, 7 Seas Voyager. Good evening. Pilot on board, currently alongside 38.9, starboard side to Quay. Deepest draft 7.1, no reported defects at the stage. Vessel's outbound for Stavanger. Looking for a 1700 departure, and the intention is to back down and swing bow to Port Salford Dockhead. I have the passenger and crew numbers if you're ready.
Ooh, well done.
7 Seas Voyager, Southampton VTS, ready for passenger and crew number. Over.
VTS, 7 Seas Voyager. So guest is 624, crew 452, total 1078 plus myself.
7 Seas Voyager, Southampton VTS, that's all received. Traffic information, the Aurora is just passing 105 berth outbound. Over.
There's Aurora.
Yeah, that's all covered. We've got eyes on her. We'll let her pass before we get underway.
7 Seas Voyager, Southampton VTS, that's all received. And then further traffic, the Red Osprey on the Calshot turn inbound. And the next inbound boarding will be the 3 Wangi 3 at boarding ground Foxtrot 1800 for the Esso terminal. Over.
VTS, apologies. Can you just repeat the traffic again?
He done that on purpose.
7 Seas Voyager, Southampton VTS, further traffic, Red Osprey on the Calshot turn. And then the next inbound boarding will be the 3 Wangi 3, boarding ground Foxtrot for 1800 for the Esso terminal. Over.
That's all copy. Thank you very much.
I think you've made him repeat that on purpose. That's got to be just gets funnier and funnier every time I hear that ship name. Most excellent. Anyway, so that's the next departure is the 7 Seas Voyager. She's just there. We can just about see her bow. Had some numbers in. 642 passengers. I bet that's reasonably full for the 7 Seas Voyager. And the Aurora, she's heading rather fast now towards Mayflower Park. Oh, it's very dark in this end of port, isn't it? Have a little look down Southampton water, and it's bright and sunny over there on the Isle of Wight. Not looking too bad. Have a look on cruise cam. Yep, looking pretty decent that way. How about over here on Itchy cam? Not bad at all. Ferry cam. Oh, yes, very nice. But look over here, box cam. It still looks, I think the sun's gone in on that end. Surprised he didn't ask for ETS repeat the traffic again. Best cruise ship name ever. Best vessel name ever, sorry, not a cruise ship. Right, so I've got my information back up now. Right, so yes, the 7 Seas Voyager radioed in with 624 passengers on board. She has capacity for 706 to 777. So she's actually a little light in the passengers.
BTS, that's all received. Thank you.
But also, I'm just noticing, it looks like she's got tugs. Oh, hello, what's going on there?
7 Southampton BTS. Outbound traffic, the 7 Seas Grandeur at the 40 deep. She's a clear channel vessel. Followed by Red Jet 6. The Aurora is just passing 102 berths. Outbound, also a clear channel vessel. Next vessel to depart from Southampton is the Seven Seas Voyager,
There she is.
38-9 berth, starboard side to Quay, and that one is not clear channel. Over.
No, not clear channel because she's very small. And looks like she's getting tug assistance there. No, but here's the Aurora thundering towards us. I did see one of the shipmates said, where did they say? They said that's the cruise they're going on next year. I've lost it again. Oh, no, it's shipmate Andy Hill says me and wife will be on Aurora for Christmas 2026.
Southampton VTS.
I have to mute my microphone if he keeps wanting to talk to 3 Wangy 3 all the time. Was it that one?
3 Wangy 3, Southampton VTS. That is all received. Traffic information, the vessel San Malo, approaching the West Princess Buoy inbound for Portsmouth. You may proceed to heave your anchor if safe to do so.
Oh, the shipmate Donna S says, what does it mean by clear channel question? Clear channel vessel. Good question, shipmates. Clear channel vessel. So most of the ships...
3 Wangy 3, Southampton VTS. The name of the vessel, San Malo. San Malo. She's approaching the West Princess Buoy, inbound for Portsmouth. Over.
Depending on the size of your vessel, you may or may not be a clear channel vessel. So, for instance, the Aurora here, she's a clear channel vessel, but the Seven Seas Grandeur and the Seven Seas Voyager are not, because they're smaller. So that means they can travel outside of the...
Southampton VTS.
They can travel outside of the channels. There are channels laid out on the water for the vessels travelling. So if you're a clear channel vessel, you can't have 2 clear channel vessels passing in the channel at the same time unless there's an area where they can do it. So it's a little bit, basically get out of the way of the big clear channel vessels. I think that's the general nautical terminology.
Channel 12, once you are underway. I repeat, call again on Channel 12 once you are underway. Over.
I think that's VTS talking to the 3 Wangy 3 again. Yeah, Aurora, she's off on a 3-day cruise to Guernsey.
Red Osprey, Southampton VTS, that's all received. After the Seven Seas Grandeur, the next outbound traffic is the Aurora, approaching Pierhead, and the Seven Seas Voyager, waiting for the passing of Aurora. She'll depart from 38-9 berth, starboard side to Quay. Over.
There we go, shipmate MV Arcades is our clear channel vessel.
Red Osprey, Southampton VTS, additional information, the Seven Seas Voyager
is more than 150 metres in length. I knew there was a length, I couldn't remember what it was off the top of my head, but I just knew. Basically, the bigger the ship, the more clear channel is. So shipmate Andy Hill says, yes, he's on this cruise, but in next year, so 2026. Excellent, well, I hope you enjoy it. It looks like a jolly good idea to me. Got some lovely sun down here for the Seven Seas Voyager. Look at that. Getting them tugs on. I'm surprised the Seven Seas Voyager has tugs. It's not that windy, I don't think, is it? Is it windy? Not really. Guess it's windy enough. Well, the shipmate Jacqueline Barnes says, thank you, Captain. It's always great watching and listening to you. I love the Aurora, but not on her until January 2027. Oh, gosh, shipmate, that's 18 months away.
Challenger 4, Southampton VTS.
She says, oh, she's off on the Grand Voyage. Oh, wow, fantastic.
Challenger 4, Southampton VTS. Traffic information, the...
I'll let you enjoy the Grand Voyage. That's a great one to choose. I'd be on my sort of list of ones to do, I think. See quite a few shipmates out there on the stern of the Aurora. Turning out to be quite a pleasant evening.
Pierhead outbound.
Aurora, Southampton VTS, that's all received. Inbound traffic, the red Osprey approaching 40 deep, followed by the red Jet 7 at Calshot. Over.
VTS Aurora, many thanks.
Looks like another static home going over to the Isle of Wight. Lots of static caravan parks in the Isle of Wight. They're quite strict about how old the static caravans are, so we see quite a steady flow going over to the island. Well, shipmate Liam Hinkley says, my new in-laws, Jane and John, are on the Grandeur after their son married my lovely daughter this weekend. I thought it was the bride and groom who went away. Yeah, I think you're right. I think I'd be a little upset if the in-laws went away on the Grandeur. Well, I'm sure they'll have a jolly good time. Perhaps they'll take you next time, shipmate. Certainly wouldn't say no. Well, shipmate Gene Fletcher, so her son is on board at the sail away party at the stern.
Southampton VTS, that's all received, thank you. The Sri Wangi 3 at the St Helens anchorage, just heaving up anchor to proceed to Foxtrot for 1800. Over.
Rangy 3 indeed. There we go. There's the Svitzer Eston tug here. She's ready to give old 70s Voyager a bit of a pull from the front there. I don't know if it's the wind that's an issue or if she has a defect or if she's just not very good at manoeuvring. Unusual. You normally see it when it's windy.
VTS, ready, go shotgun the way from Repair, outbound for Cows.
Red Eagle, Southampton VTS received outbound traffic. The Aurora is passing south of Town Quay, clear channel vessel. And next to depart is the Seven Seas Voyager, due to depart at 1700 from 38.9 berth. Starboard side to Quay at 1700. Inbound traffic, the red Osprey, 40 deep, and the red Jet 7 at the hook. Over.
All copy, thank you.
It's Vista S now waiting. Oh, the shipmate Stunning Drones, as always. Congratulations on winning.
Southampton VTS. This is Mine Shift 3. Mine Shift 3.
Mine Shift 3.
Mine Shift 3, Southampton VTS.
Good afternoon, sir. We would like to inform you for 3 hours notice to our departure time, 2000 local time.
Mine Shift 3, Southampton VTS, that's all received, thank you.
There's Mine Shift 3 there. She's just off the side of Mayflower Park.
Okay, please advise for the pilot, Southampton VTS.
Mine Shift 3, Southampton VTS. Your pilot will board 30 minutes before departure from the shore side. Over.
30 minutes before from shore side. Thank you very much.
Southampton VTS, Seven Seas Voyager. Just starting a single up here on 38.9. We'll be underway once the Aurora's passed and swinging south of Dockhead.
Seven Seas Voyager, Southampton VTS, that's all received. Thank you.
Many thanks, Jamie. Sorry for holding you up.
They'll be letting go soon there on the 70s Voyager.
Red Jet 7, Southampton VTS.
Looks a little bit like the 70s Voyager's on fire, doesn't it? We look at the top of the
Red
ship.
Jet 7, Southampton VTS. As soon as the traffic information, as soon as the Aurora passes 38.9 berths, just passing 38.9 berths now, as soon as she passes, the Seven Seas Voyager will depart from 38.9 berth and swing south of Dockhead. Over.
Now, that's coming from Forley, those flames. It's not coming from the ship, so don't panic. Yeah, well, their shipmate Drone, Stunning Drone, says congratulations on winning Drone Video of the Week on Wednesday. Amazing crop circles. Catch up soon. Yes, as a if you're interested in some droning, check out the Drone Show Live. They show videos from the week, pictures of the week. Normally the award winner showcase some new up and coming YouTube channels, so have a look at those. And last week I won Video of the Week. Not sure how I managed that. Apparently it was quite good. Itching cam. I think box cam needs a bit of sorting out. I've had to send off the old box cam. New box cam, hopefully to arrive shortly. Lots of other cameras upgrades coming. I haven't managed to pick up the new junction cam because the old junction cam is, well, it's on its side basically. Been at the rum. I have some maintenance work to do. Always something to do when it comes to the cameras. Look at that. That's a real place to be, I think, on the stern of Aurora, enjoying the wonderful sun and the views of Southampton, partying away. And then as soon as Aurora has gone past the 7 Seas Grandeur, the 7 Seas Voyager will let her lines go and then she'll be off.
BTS, Red Eagle. Copy the 7 Seas Voyager, shortly lifting off from 38.9. My intention is to come up to speed and I'll stay high on the reds and keep that out of the way.
Red Eagle, VTS, that's all we see, thank you. Dockhead at the moment is reading 2.55.
Oh, copy, thank you.
A lot of the shipmates really enjoy the older, smaller P&O ships. They really like the experience. Oh, a couple of shipmates out in bathrobes there. That's a real Cunard thing I've been noticing lately. We see a lot of bathrobes on the Cunards, less so on the other ships. Oh, got a couple of shipmates up there waving furiously by the P&O's, the Aurora site. Let's see if we can zoom in on you. I may have apologised. I might have been preoccupied with other things. Oh, they could well be waving to the shipmates on the 7 Seas Voyager. But there we go. That's always a good place to be, right at the very top there. I'll normally try and keep you in view as much as I can. The tug will be coming past. Meanwhile, the 7 Seas Grandeur, she's turning at the end of South Water round Cowshot Spits. No hooting between Aurora and 7 Seas Voyager. Bit of a shame that. I thought I missed a shooting opportunity there. And it looks like the line is coming down.
VTS, very good afternoon to you. That's all. Copy, thank you. Dockhead is reading 2.57. And just be aware the Red Eagle, she's also on the reds at the moment, outward bound.
Yeah, the lines are coming in on the 7 Seas Voyager. Shipmate Fran Ailing, obviously busy with the 80s music. Very good, shipmate. Very well. Very well done. I don't remember who sang the original song, but I can hear it in my head.
Red Osprey, Eagle, afternoon.
There we go. There's the Aurora passing the dockhead there. She'll start to speed up. And then she's heading down Southampton water. And it looks like all lines...
if it's all right with you, we'd like to
nope, not quite.
outside the greens, but we can still see you red to red. Okay, sounds good. We'll be outside the greens.
Shipmate Dawn Williams. Oh, Manic Monday by the Bangles. That's it. Well done. I recognise the song. I just couldn't think of who sang it. Captain's not very good with those sorts of things. Looks like Spitzer Eston's taking up the strain there. All the shipmates, Kerno coin rings, Cornish coins rings. Says, hi, Captain, we're by the Aurora now. Well, I hope we caught you there. We did see someone frantically waving. Next away is the Seven Seas Voyager. That's the Seven Seas Grandeur, passing Leap Beach down there on Cowshot Spit. We can see the stern of the Seven Seas Voyager. And it looks like all lines are now in on the Seven Seas Voyager.
Red Jet 7 VTS, evening against Resh, that's all copied. And clear to proceed with caution for the outbound Red Eagle there. And Seven Seas Voyager currently at stations 38.9.
The Seven Seas Voyager is off on a 20-day one-way trip from Southampton to Tilbury Docks in London. Doesn't sound very glamorous, does it? A one-way cruise to Tilbury Docks. Fortunately, though, she's sailing all the way up to the fjords and has a lot of stops. A lot of stops. It's quite impressive, actually. Quite impressive indeed. I'll rattle through that list shortly. Well, luckily managed to hear the horns there just before the noisy motorcycles went past. So the Seven Seas Voyager off on a 20-day one-way cruise to London Tilbury Docks. And she's going to the fjords. And she's calling in at a lot of stops. So she's calling in at Stavanger in Norway. And I've just noticed I'm pretty sure that three-quarters of these places I've never heard of. And I think it's because she's a much smaller ship. The Seven Seas Splendor. She's only 42,000 gross tons. So quite a small vessel. A mere 206 metres long. Advantage of that, of course, you can get in much smaller ports. Let me start again. So she's calling in at Stavanger in Norway. And then Vikuri in Norway, then Ålesund in Norway, then Svolove in Norway, then Tromsø in Norway, then Hammerfest in Norway, Honningsvåg in Norway, Alta in Norway, Harstad in Norway, Bodo in Norway, Brønsund in Norway, Trondheim in Norway, Molde in Norway, Norgesfjord in Norway, Elsjefjord in Norway, and then for a little bit of variety, popping into Amsterdam in Holland. That's that. If I look over on the other camera now, you can see the flame there coming from Fawley. Supposedly they're doing some work on their hydrogen plant, and we're going to see blue flames over the next 2 or 3 days. They've been publicising it like mad, just make sure that people don't panic and call the fire brigade up. But I haven't seen any blue flames yet, but that one looks unusually chunky. Yeah. Back to the ships. So that cruise starts at $46,000 per person. Oh, this should be Andy Hill. Says, looking forward to seeing how Aurora compares. Been on Avia and Orion and Ventura before. Never done an adults-only ship. Year and a half to wait, though. Okay, well, be interested to see what you think. Like I say, quite a lot of the shipmates have many good things to say about Aurora. A firm favourite, some of the smaller ones, so hopefully it'll be good for you as well. And the 70 Voyager is reversing around the corner. And then she'll head off down Southampton Water, following behind Aurora. Now just appearing on cruise cam there. Lovely visibility this evening, some wonderful colours. Weather forecast is absolutely brilliant. We've got really good weather for the next fortnight or so. I shall do as many ships TVs as I can fit in, as long as I'm not late or out and about, or all the above. Seven Seas Voyager, again, relatively older ship, built in 2003, Twig, so 22 years old. It's only 206 metres long, 29 metres in beam, 42,000 gross tonnes. Space on board for between 700 and 780 passengers, and a crew of 450. Shows a passenger-to-space ratio of 63. Considerably more than the other ships that we will see today. Looks like the red funnel there is chasing down the Aurora. She was last refurbished in 2016 and is due to be refurbished next year. No sister ships for this design. Now, I wonder if the tugs are in present just because they need to get around the corner there.
VTS, Red Osprey, Dean's Elbow, in west of the Reds.
Red Osprey VTS, that's all. Copy, thank you.
And just to confirm, dockhead tide gauge reading, please.
Red Osprey VTS, 2.61.
Lovely, yeah, we'll be outside the Hive knock.
That's all, copy, thank you.
Oh, the ship Fran Ailing says, oh, I knew it must be a busy ship day as the queue at the pharmacy in Boots earlier was heaving with people off on ships. Yeah, it's funny how you know it's a busy day in ports when certain places are really busy. And Boots being one of them, apparently. I certainly noticed when we've had German cruise ships, then we have lots of Germans walking up and down the high street. Because most of the cruise ships start and stop their cruise here in the port, so people don't really spend much time in the port.
C1U3 BTS, that's all received, sir, thank you. And just to confirm your pilot boarding time of 1800, 1800 hours at the North Sturbridge pilot boarding station. Pilot boarding station Foxtrot. Maintain a good listening watch now, please. Channels 12 for VTS traffic, 09 for Southampton pilots. And the pilot launch will call you with instructions on channel 09, over.
Well, the shipmate Neil Smith's asking if I shall be following the Queen Mary 2 on the 18th.
Obviously, thank you.
I should think so. I don't see why not. Depending what day of the week that is, it's probably... Let's have a look. The 18th is probably... Sounds like a Friday or Saturday or something. Queen Mary 2... oh, it is a Friday. That's a 4-ship Friday, and also... Majestic Princess, Norwegian Dawn, and a Britannia. So yes, I'm sure I'll be following that one. I try and stick to Fridays and Saturdays at the minimum, if I'm here, of course. If I'm out and about elsewhere, I can't do it. Weekdays can be more difficult if I'm busy catching up on my general chores. There's the Seven Seas Voyager. It's got 2 tugs, one on the front, one on the back. We are on departure number 3 of our Mega Monday with 5 departures. And then after this ship, after the Seven Seas Voyager heads down Southampton water, we can go down to the galley. Make sure no one goes hungry. Well, there should be OC Aviation says, which day is the busiest in Southampton? Well, good question. It depends how you define busy. I mean, typically 5 cruise ships is about as most as we see.
Ali Cascals, VTS, afternoon to you. That's what we see. Thank you.
We don't normally see many more than 5 cruise ships in the port of Southampton. But, of course, the 5 cruise ships can have varying capacity. So if you define the busiest day in the port of Southampton as the time when the most passengers come and go, I wouldn't know which day that is. But some days, some Saturdays, we might have a lot bigger ships in port. So you might get a few more passengers through than today. So, for instance, today the Seven Seas Voyager and the Seven Seas Grandeur are not that full of passengers. Probably about just over 1,000 between the two of them. And then the Aurora is not particularly big cruise ship either. Mindshield 3 is not bad. Ada Perla is not bad size, but if you've got a 5-ship Saturday with Iona and Independence of the Seas and some of the other large cruise ships, MSC Virtuosa or something, then yes, they probably are the busiest days. Hope that answers your question. I know it's all a bit vague. If I calculated and wrote down all the numbers, I could probably tell you exactly. And Cam's a little struggling with the internet these days, is Itching Cam for some reason. The Southampton Sailing Club generously hosting the camera at their location, but their internet connection their broadband is experiencing problems. That's the best way I can describe that. The shipmate Debbie does cruises. How much does it cost to have a tug service? Again, it's one of those sort of open-ended questions. I think it's about £2,000 a tug for one session, but also depends on the size of your vessel and where and what exactly you're doing. But I think if you'd imagine £2,000 as a starting point, I notice the birds are enjoying the bow chowder from the front of Seven Seas Voyager there. Oh, there we go. There is the Seven Seas Grandeur passing by on Cow's Cam there. Seven Seas Voyager is just completing her swing at the dockhead, ready to head down Southampton water. Shipmate pilot Fred just playing crazy says, believe the Majestic Princess, first time in port on the 18th of July. Yes, I was looking at that name. I don't recognise that one. We'll be right.
Eston, VTS.
All finished on the Seven Seas Voyager back to 37.
Eston, VTS, all copy, thank you.
What I have found is...
VTS, Ferriby, that's likewise.
Ferriby, VTS, copy, thank you.
is I've struggled to find anywhere to know if a ship has been to port before or not. Normally, it's someone knows, but or someone remembers probably, but I've not found any volume somewhere where I can have a look at to see where all the ships have visited, which ports they've visited. Maybe if anyone's shipmate knows, just stick a message in the chat for me. That'd be wonderful. So there we go. This is Seven Seas Voyager. I'm going to say she's heading off. Putting off, but I shall commit to it again on a 20-day one-way trip to Tilbury Docks in London. Calling in at Stavanger in Norway.
Red Jet 6 VTS.
Vikuri in Norway, Alsund in Norway, Svolvara in Norway, Tromsø in Norway, Hammersfest in Norway, Honningsvåg in Norway, Alta in Norway, Harstad in Norway, Bodo in Norway, Brunnsund in Norway, Trondheim in Norway, Molde in Norway, Nordforsfjord in Norway, Ejefjord in Norway, and then Amsterdam in the Netherlands.
For you, that's all received, thank you.
Fancy cruise on the Seven Seas Voyager. Here you go.
Sam Marlowe, VTS, that's all copy, thank you. Good afternoon, and we'll speak to you later.
Spotlight with Ancestry, this one. 9 nights on board, calling in at Antwerp in Belgium, Dunkirk in France, Honfleur in France, St. Peter Port in Guernsey, Cove in Southern Ireland, and then cruising the Celtic Sea to Southampton. That departs 3rd of August next year. 9 nights on board from £7,119 per person, or 14,000 and change for the Grand Suite. Something on the Seven Seas Grandeur.
Good afternoon. Red Jet 7, Town Quay to cars, please.
Red Jet 7 VTS, afternoon to you, Dustin. That's all copy, thank you. 7 Seas Voyager, Western Shelf, outward bound. Got the Aurora just passing SO now, outward bound, clear channel.
Afternoon, Chris. All copied. Thank you.
I must get Chris to show me around the VTS as well. He did say he would at some point. But I think the price that I do like the most, of course, is the Seven Seas Mariner. 82 nights on board, starting at $51,799 per person for a deluxe veranda, or $176,000 per person for the signature suite. $68 different ports, 14 days at sea, for a total of 82 nights on board. I'm hoping to get onto a Seven Seas ship one day. I'm not sure what's going to happen. Right, I should continue to follow the Seven Seas Voyager down Southampton water, and then we will be back at 8 o'clock for Mine Chief 3, and then 8:30 for... No, that's not a ship, is it? That's an empty stretch of water. Back at 8:30 for the Ada Perla. And there's the Ada Perla. I shall see you all later, shipmates.
Red Falcon VTS, always say thank you. The Aurora just passing SO now, outward bound, clear channel, and the 7 Seas Voyager is just running down to Lanes Lake, outward bound. Red Eagle VTS, always say thank you. Cal shots 2.69. Aurora VTS, very good evening. Aurora VTS, all received was thank you. I've got no reported inbound traffic for you at this time. Red Jet 7 VTS. Red Jet 7 VTS, yeah, no problem at all. Cal shot is reading 2.71, 2.7. East of the bank, all received, Dustin, thank you.
VTS, Red Jet 6, past northwest now. The permission to 10 speed, please.
Red Jet 6 VTS, all copied and clear to proceed, thank you.
Thank you.
Swangy 3, VTS, very good evening. Sarangi 3, BTS, that's all copied, thank you. The Aurora just past the Bourne Gap, outward bound, and 7 Seas Voyager, she's just passing SO outward bound. No other traffic to affect you at this time. Seas Voyager, VTS. Seas Voyager, VTS, that's all copied, thank you. Change aerial, see if we can get... it's divers,
It's above.
it's divers, VTS, that's all. Sir, thank you, good evening. 7 Seas Voyager VTS. 7 Seas Voyager VTS, there should be the SP is down by the PC at this time. We'll give him a call and confirm. Voyager. Yeah, can see the SP just departing from Cows now.
VTS, Red Jet 6, Town Quay for Cows, please.
Red Jet 6 VTS, afternoon to you, that's all copied and clear to proceed. 7 Seas Voyager just past the reach now, outbound clear to...
That's all received, thank you.
Red Falcon VTS, all received, thank you. Grandeur VTF, that's all copy, thank you, and I've got no reported inbound traffic to the matter. Jet 7 VTS afternoon again to that's all copied, thank you. 7 Seas Voyager, it's Calshot turn there, outward bound, a clear channel. No other traffic to affect you at this time. Jet 7 VTS. 7 VTS, of course, Calshot is 2.76. East of the bank, all received.
VTS, Red Osprey, shortly away. Royal Paid to Cows, please.
Red Osprey VTS, that's all copied, thank you.
Thank you.
Southampton VTS, Alison McGregor.
Alison McGregor,
VTS, Alison McGregor, good evening, exiting Hythe Marina, a total of 18 persons on board, no wheelchairs, and looking to cruise up into the Western Docks, please.
Alison McGregor, VTS, that's all copied and cleared to proceed, thank you.
Southampton VTS, Alison McGregor.
Alison McGregor, VTS.
Just wondering, sir, permission just to go into the ocean dock?
Alison McGregor, VTS. Yeah, affirmative, you're clear to proceed.
Thank you very much.
BTS, red. Permission to continue speed, please.
Red Falcon VTS, that's all copied and clear to proceed. Thank you.
BTS, Red Jet 6.
Station calling VTS.
Yeah, VTS, Red Jet 6, for your information, we're all fast on our new berth at Town Quay, and vessel's out of service now, back in service tomorrow for about 05:30.
Red Jet 6 VTS, that's all copied, sir. Thank you. Very good evening to you all.
And you too, thank you.
Red Jet 7 VTS, that's all copied and clear to proceed. Thank you. So Rangi 3 VTS, that's all received. Thank you. Aurora VTS. Aurora VTS, evening again, Russ, that's all copied, thank you. I've got no reported inbound traffic for the master. I can see the Caribbean Star. She's approximately 15 to 20 miles southwest at the moment, inward bound for Portsmouth. I believe she's got a pilot boarding time approximately 19:30. Ocean scene VTS. Ocean scene VTS, that's all copied. Just confirm, are you just staying up in the docks tonight or are you doing down towards the hull? Ocean scene VTS, all received, thank you. Break, Red Eagle VTS, yeah, copied, departing Cows with blue light on board. Red Osprey VTS, all copy, thank you. Red Osprey VTS, apologies, traffic update for you, the Shurang 3. Just approaching the PC now, she's in with bound for restaurant number 4.
BTS, Ocean Sea, cross out.
Ocean Sea VTS, all copy, thank you.
Thank you.
Seven Seas Voyager VTS. Good evening. Seven Seas Voyager VTS, that's all. Copy, thank you. I've got no reported inbound traffic to the master. The Aurora there ahead of you, she'll be outbound west of the tower. I can see the Caribbean Star. She's approximately 10 nautical miles now southwest. Inward bound, Portsmouth pilot to approximately 1930. Yeah, the Caribbean Star. She's approximately 10 nautical miles southwest. She's approximately 1930 west of the tower for her Portsmouth pilot.
VTS Red Jet 7. Good evening. Shortly leaving Town Quay.
Red Jet 7 VTS, evening against Suresh, that's all received, thank you. The Sarangi 3 is just past the PC now, inward bound for SO number 4.
That's all covered, Chris. Many thanks.
Donald Searle, BTS, good evening. All received, sir. Many thanks. Good night to you all. Aurora, BTS, evening. Yeah, no, the Caribbean Star, just 8 miles off, but other than that, no change. Red Eagle VTS. Thank you. Nothing immediate for me. VTS, good evening. Aurora VTS, all received. Many thanks. Good night, have a good...
VTS Perla. Channel 12. Southampton VTS, Aida Perla, good evening.
Aida Perla, Southampton VTS, good evening.
Good evening. Question, do you know departure time of Patriot, our car carrier on our starboard side?
Ada Perla, Southampton VTS. Yeah, the Patriot's due to go 0045 tomorrow morning. At the moment, 0045 tomorrow morning. Over.
Okay, so she will be alongside while our departure. This is what we wanted to know. Okay, thank you.
Yes, I can confirm that. That is correct, sir.
Thank you for it.
VTS, Red Falcon is shortly departing Royal Pair for East Cowes, please.
Red Falcon VTS, message received, thank you. Just ferry traffic at the moment, sir.
All copied, thank you.
7 seas, the Voyager, Beacher. Sharangi 3, BTS, message received, thank you. Just to confirm, you starboard side 2 on board, did you say? Starboard side, very good, thank you. Just ferry traffic for you at the moment, sir. A Red Falcon, VHS.
VGS, Red Falcon.
Here again, apologies, there's one vessel for you, the small tanker, the Sharangi 3 at the hook inwards for SO number 4. Be going starboard side 2, sir.
That's all copy, thank you.
Roger 7 VTS, good evening. Thank you. Traffic information, the Shawangi 3. Just south of the SO jetties, west number 4. Port, correction, starboard side 2, Senior Sport.
Ready your northwest nearly inwards, please.
Red Eagle VTS received, thank you. Yep, carry on if it's safe to do so. The Alison McGregor, gimp elbow on a cruise.
Yeah, VTS, Alison McGregor.
Turning around at SCT5 and returning to the Itchen.
Alison McGregor VTS, evening.
Yeah, evening, Nathan. Once the inward red funnel's clear, are we okay to cut across and just take a short trip up the Itchen before returning to Hythe?
Alison McGregor VTS, evening, Gareth. Trust you well, yeah, that's no problem at all. Thanks very much.
Yeah, all good here, thanks.
BTS, the Ocean Skiing, just turning around at SCT5 and returning to the Itchen.
Ocean Scene VTS, message received, thank you. Just the Isle of Wight ferry traffic.
That's received, thank you.
VTS Eleanor.
Eleanor, VTS, Stephen Wayne.
Oh, even boss man? Yeah. Well, first of the night, we're going up for the GSL sailor.
Good evening. Yeah, be through me there a little bit. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, GSL away, 2000 from SCT1.
Yeah, that's great. Cheers, mate.
Ocean scene, VTS.
VTS, Ocean scene.
Hello, sir. Good evening. Information, the tug Eleanor just leaving the ocean dock up for the container pool, over.
That's all we see. Thank you, sir.
Cargo, VTS. Good evening. Thank you. The Alison McGregor just approaching dockhead for the Itchin. Over.
Southampton VTS, motor tanker Courage.
Motor tanker Courage, Southampton VTS, good evening.
Sir, good evening, sir. Sir, could you please kindly advise what is the pilot timing?
Courage, Southampton VTS, information at the moment we have you down for a sailing time of 2330 local time, 2330 you'll leave the berth. Your pilot will be by shoreside approximately 30 minutes before that. Over.
Roger, sir, well understood. 2330 will be pilot and pilot will be board on shore side 30 minutes before.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Roger 7 VTS, just be certain safe to do so. Information, the ocean scene, pier head for the Itchen. Over.
VTS, ocean scene, as you say, there's pier head out.
Ocean scene VTS, thank you. Just Red Jet 7 Neckley inbound. Over.
That's received, thank you.
Fred Osprey, VTS, message received, thank you. Just your colleague on the Falcon approaching the hook for Calson. Over. Fred Falcon, VTS received, thank you. Just your colleague leaving Calson.
Southampton VTS, Alison McGregor.
Alison McGregor, VTS.
Yeah, just crossing over to Hythe, entering the marina, closing down. Thanks very much, Nathan. See you again soon.
Yeah, I'll copy Gareth, thank you. All the best. Yeah, nice to hear you. See you next time.
Take care.
Southampton VTS. GSL to go. GSL to go.
GSL to go, VTS evening.
Yeah, evening Nathan, starboard side, alongside SET1. Draft 11.05. Vessels off to Rotterdam with 20 plus 1 on board. Looking to get away 2000. We'll lift off background to the upswing ground, swing bow to port and proceed out.
GSL to go, VTS evening, sir. All copy, thank you. Traffic, next one's due away, the Mine Sheaf 3, 2000, head out on 101. And the Ada Perla due away from 46, 2030, it's got to swing.
Okay, all received. And just confirming, no passes?
Yes, that's correct, no passes.
No passes, thanks.
VTS, Red Jet 7, just departing Town Quay for Cows, please.
Red Jet 7, VTS evening. Yeah, carry on, just ferry traffic immediately.
Very much.
Mine Sheaf 3, VTS.
VTS, the Mine Ship 3.
Mine Sheaf 3, VTS evening. We heard rumour that the vessel may be late away due to a late coach. How are they getting on, please?
Coach arrived, passengers embarking shortly, looking good for 2000. In the meantime, maximum draft 8.3 metres, outbound to Bremerhaven. We'll revert with numbers at the pierhead. Over.
Line Chief 3, VTS, message received, thank you. Information for you, the TSL to gear. Due away, 2000 from the container port's got a swing.
All received, thank you.
Arrow, VTS, up the ports, thank you, sir. We'll challenge VTS, good evening. We'll challenge VTS, message received, thank you. Ferry traffic, over. Guillaume de Normandie, VTS. GS Delta Gay, VTS. GS Delta Gay, VTS, I'm sorry, sir, you're unreadable. Could you say again? Message received, thank you.
Pilot to Southampton VTS. Pilot to Southampton VTS. You'll receive, thank you, traffic information. The Caribbean Star currently by the outbound of Boys, going for Island 15, and the Gilded Normandy 7 nautical miles south on Nav Tower, going west of the tower. Gilded Normandy, Southampton VTS. Good evening. The Normandy, Southampton VTS, all received, thank you. No traffic information outbound to the Arrow, by the Town Quay, going to the Town. Train 3, Southampton VTS, all received, thank you. Nice and see you, VTS, all received. Have a good evening.
Oh, shipmates! What a lovely evening it here is in the port of Southampton. I've just popped out, run a few errands, and I think it's getting warmer than it was earlier. Not entirely sure. The wind has abated slightly. Look at that, 22.2 C, 43% humidity. The weather forecast for the next 2 weeks is basically beautiful weather. We've got 2 departures now. We've had 3 departures already. Come on, my camera's turned off. Come, turn back on again. Here we go. Right, there we go. Yeah, we've had 3 departures earlier. The 7 Seas Grandeur, the Aurora, and the 7 Seas Voyager all left more or less on time. We have 2 more departures this evening. I haven't had the radio on. I've been down the galley and running errands. And that is the Mein Schief 3 and the Ada Perla. The Mein Schief 3 is at the other end of Mayflower Park. We can just about see on the edge of the screen here. There's a little bit of cruise ship there on the sort of top right-hand corner there. And then, of course, Ada Perla, very visible indeed on cruise cam. There's the Ada Perla. Noticed lots of Germans in port today. That's over on Itching Cam, looking quite nice. So you've got a bit of a sunset on Netley Cam. I don't think it's going to be particularly spectacular. It's most better when there's a little bit of cloud cover. It's looking pretty good over in Cowes, although a bit windy, I might think. Also, when I was running errands earlier, I picked up my junction cam replacement, so that's good. That's the map, that's the weather. Have a quick look on ferry cam. A bit quiet in the car park, although they're running a slightly reduced service every now and again because they need to do some work on one of the red funnel ferries. I don't remember which one. But hopefully, the next ship, Mein Schief 3, will be departing shortly. Mein Schief 3 is nearing the end of a 10-day round trip.
Southampton VTS, Mein Schief 3 underway.
Oh, there we go. Mein Schief 3 is underway.
Mein Schief 3, VTS underway, thank you.
I thought that she would be very on time and very nice. Thank you, Mein Schief 3. And I believe the wind is still coming from the north. And as you can see, if we look at the map, that Mein Schief 3 is pointing basically straight towards our cameras. So that means we get a good, decent encore from the horn. Excellent. We had 7 Seas Grandeur and the 7 Seas Voyager earlier, having a bit of a honk at each other. It's been pretty good for horns tonight. Much hornage. Mein Schief 3. Yes, she's on the last stop of a 10-day round trip. It's in German. It's Großbritannien Schweiz. So I'm not sure exactly what that means. A tour of Great Britain, I reckon that is. Started off in the port of Bremenhaven in Germany, then called in Invergordon in Scotland, then at Greenock in Glasgow. Then Belfast in Northern Ireland, then Liverpool back in England, then Southampton in England, and then eventually she's departing now for Bremerhaven. Shipwreck Dolores, she likes the good hornage, she says. Actually, I'd noticed as I was running a few errands, a couple of coaches coming in to port with Ada Perla and Ada lines all written on them. I think they must have been up to London, one would imagine. No spinnies for Mein Schief 3. She's just coming directly out from the port. She gave us 3 honks. Very nice indeed. Shipmate Chris Hammer says, away on time, almost late. Going to be late due to a coach arriving. Possibly. A little tricky with this viewpoint here because we are sort of looking directly into the setting sun, but I think you can see what's going on. Mein Schiff 3, we see her quite a lot. She pops in and out over the summer, mainly on her Great Britain cruises. She was built in 2014. She's 11 years old. Last refurbished in 2016. And she has a number of sister ships, all very imaginatively named. The Mein Schiff 4, the Mein Schiff 5, and the Mein Schiff 6. Great bit of imagination there with the naming schemes. She has anywhere from 2,500 to 2,700 passengers. I have not had the radio on, so I haven't heard anything. Not sure if any of the shipmates have heard what the numbers are, but I'm going to guess something along the lines of around 2,600, I would imagine. If it's anything like Port Southampton, all the ships have been leaving reasonably busy lately. We seem to have developed a new word here, ship sisters. Or shipsters. Oh, shipsters? Well, I misread that. Ship sisters. What am I thinking of? What is a shipster? Sounds good, though. I do like this. Like this imagination from the shipmates. Ahoy there, Hades. Excellent spanner Hades and an excellent spanner Destination Unknown and excellent spanner Bean and Mark G. They're all here in the chat.
Sports hours, thank you.
Looking a little smoky from the chimney on top of Mein Schiff 3 there. Just creeping on the side of our screen there. I've just picked up the new ferry cam, so if you are a member of the channel or in the Discord server, I might be popping up a couple of streams at some point. I've realised that I've purchased a slightly different camera than I intended, but it may well work. So I'm going to run a couple of streams up and you'll have to let me know what you think is the best picture. Ahoy there, Kex. He's saying the captain's on the bridge. Guten Abend, mein Frau. My German is limited, I'm afraid. It's a little smoky there on the gold camera. There we go. I'll move over here out of the way of the setting sun. And Mein Schiff 3, I believe, is German and means my ship number 3. Hi there, Bad Wolf. Shipmate OC Aviation says, any idea why all Mein Schiff ships have numbers? Well, because my ship 1, my ship 2, my ship 3, and so on and so forth. Actually, you say that, but I think one of the newer ones doesn't. Oh, that looks like a lot of shipmates up on the top deck, which I'm not surprised. They've probably been to the buffet. They're nice and full. They've got a rum-based cocktail in hand. They're up on top deck enjoying a wonderful sunset in the port of Southampton. That's probably where I would be. Oh yeah, quite a few up there.
PTS, Red, Osprey, Northwest Netlean.
Red Osprey, VTS, will receive traffic information. The Mein Schiff 3 departed from 101 and now outbound.
Is the Ada Nova due away as well?
Oh, got some waving going on.
Red Osprey, VTS, the Ada is not due away till 2030.
Ah, lovely, thank you very much.
Southampton VTS, Mein Schiff 3. That's the pier head buoy out now, and numbers if you're ready.
Oh, yes, please, numbers.
Mein Schiff 3, VTS, yeah, ready for numbers, and by the way, your AS still on.
Passengers 2662, crew 914, giving a total of 3576 plus 1, and copied about the AS.
-3 VTS, all received, thank you.
Oh, she said something was on. I didn't catch what was on. I guess not supposed to be on. There we go, as I suspected, somewhere around 2,600.
VTS Mindshift 3, if you can just keep an eye on our AIS and let us know when it's working, we're resetting the unit.
Oh, the AIS isn't on.
-3 VTS, yeah, will do.
No, that's working for me. There we go. There is Mindshift 3. I can see you quite clearly. So your AIS is working for me. I do have my own AIS receiver, but if I can pick it up, that means it's working for me. Yes, no, I was right. So Mindshift, there is Mindshift 1, Mindshift 2, Mindshift 3, Mindshift 4, Mindshift 5, Mindshift 6, and you won't be surprised to learn there's a Mindshift 7, and all of a sudden it goes crazy. And this year they've got a new ship, the Mindshift Relax. I mean, what's going on there? And as Shipmate Jeff Book says, the next one's Mindshift Flow. It's all gone to poss, isn't it? What's going on? Can't be having all these strange names. I quite like the old naming convention. But there you go. She's a fairly full ship and certainly had plenty of Germans in port today. Well, the shipmate Mark Thorne. Welcome aboard, shipmate. Thanks for subscribing. Glad you could join us here in the wonderful port of Southampton to watch the departure of Mindshift 3. Not expecting any flags, particularly county flags. I think it would be very unusual. Especially it might have a German equivalent. They don't have counties. What do they call them? Provinces? No, not provinces. Oh, I don't remember what the Germans call them. Got quite a few shipmates out on their balconies. Oh, shipmate Shepherd Book is over in Texas getting lightning strike warnings. Apparently there was quite a lot of lightning around here at the weekend, but I don't think we got any in port. Oh, shipmate Edward Coates. I used to be talking to one of our shipmates, Johnny B, who's not very well. He's in hospital at the moment. Send our regards to Johnny B. I've just noticed over.
VTS, Red Eagle, shortly away from Raw Pier.
Red Eagle, VTS, will receive traffic information to the Mindshift 3 passing Town Quay, outbound, cleared channel.
All copy, thank you.
This is the Ada Perla is starting to steam up. I wonder if the two German cruise ships will communicate to each other. Well, shipmate OC Aviation, any more ships to depart? Yes, just the one shipmate, just one ship left to depart this evening. And that is the Ada Perla. She's here. She's got shipmates up on deck, and it looks like they're waving. I'd like to think they're waving to the camera, but I think they're waving to the Mindshift 3, the fellow Germans, Bavarians. And the Ada Prima is due away in about 15 minutes, so pretty much I'd imagine as soon as Minesheaf 3 has passed by, we will probably see the Ada Perla back out. I've noticed we've got 3 ships departing tomorrow, in fact. Oh, there we go. I'm pressing the wrong buttons again. Oh, no, what am I doing? This one, here we go. Yeah, we've got 3 departures tomorrow, if memory serves me correctly. Let's have a look. Yes, we have the Norwegian Dawn, the Ventura, and the Regal Princess.
Tower, thank you. Have a safe passage.
I shall cover that, and then probably take a few days off until Friday, where, funny enough, we have Minesheaf 3 in again. Queen Anne and Minesheaf 3 on Friday. Although it's not a very good time in Minesheaf 3. She departs really late. I think it's because people go up to London by coach, and so there's no point in rushing. But certainly Saturday, we have 4 ships next Saturday. 3 ships on the Sunday. And then it's on and off throughout the rest of the week. 4 ships the Friday after. Yeah, comes and goes. Well, the shipmate OC Aviation says, can you do a live tomorrow morning? Oh, well, I actually think I've got somewhere to go tomorrow morning. Well, I could do, I suppose, when I think about it. I did think about doing a live this morning, but the weather wasn't actually very good, and I'm slightly perturbed about getting up really early in the morning to do a live stream, only to discover that the weather is terrible and we can't see a great deal. So I will tend to leave that so I know it's good. But the weather forecast for tomorrow is excellent. So could I do a live tomorrow morning? Let's have a look. Well, we do have 3 arriving. The Norwegian Dawn, the Ventura and Regal Princess. Not particularly good times. 4:30 for the Norwegian Dawn for some peculiar reason. And then Ventura and Regal Princess 6 and 6:15 respectively. I suppose I could do a live. I could broadcast in the morning and then I could get on with my jobs. And what are my jobs involved tomorrow?
Red 7 VTS or receives traffic information. The Minesheaf currently passing Ocean Dock outbound clear channel. So to yourself here, around in 203 corner, the swing and then outbound. And then at due away 2030, the Ada Perla 46.
I've actually found a couple of crop circles I need to drone, so I'm going to do that as part of my chores for tomorrow. Oh,
correction, the Minesheaf.
SDVTS or receiving.
Oh, I think it was the pilots forgot the name of the ship. Now, don't forget the pilots are on all sorts of different ships, so occasionally they do get the name of the ships wrong, which is quite amusing. And there goes Minesheaf 3 heading out past the Ada Perla. She's due away in about 12 minutes' time. Well, then, shipmate Jem's second-hand story time. I'm still working on that one, shipmate. I'm still got to pressure Captain Marty into sorting something out. Looking lovely, though, isn't it? Absolutely lovely out there this evening. Beautiful weather conditions. Well, the shipmate Baker's Adventures. Welcome aboard, shipmate. Many thanks for subscribing. Shipmate Sussex Rail enthusiast says, hearing the arrow on VTS reminds me she's not going to be around much longer. Ooh, what's the arrow then? Sure, I'm familiar with the arrow. And where is she going?
PTS, Ada Perla.
Ah, Ada Perla's now on the radio.
Ada Pala, VTS.
VTS, Ida Perla, yeah. Good evening. Port side 2, 46, drafts 8.3. Figures to follow, she's off till a half. And probably another 20 minutes before we're ready to go. So we'll be following the TSL to Takea.
Ada Pala, VTS. All ready, thank you. From Takea, just at 203 corner.
Southampton VTS, the Mindshift 3, Western Shelf out.
Mindshift 3, VTS, Western Shelf out, thank you. And still no IAS.
No, that's not strictly true. I've got AIS. Look, I'll show you. There's my AIS. There's my G3, and there's my position of her. Working perfectly, as you can see. It's even updating every 10 seconds. Right. It's not my Chief 3's AIS. Something wrong. Something wrong with VTS's AIS, I would think. Wrong camera. Nope, wrong camera again. Ah, there we go, third time lucky. No, there's a container ship going.
Caribbean Star, Southampton VTS.
Looks like we've got a container ship departing first, and Ada Perla is going to wait for that to pass by. Let's have a look, see if we can see where this container ship is. Up there it is. It's down there at the sunny end of the container port.
Caribbean Star, VTS, all received traffic information. Eyes are outbound via Newgrounds, and they killed the Normandy, approaching west of the tower, going over Newgrounds, inbound for Portsmouth.
Well, the shipmate Ross Sussex Royal Fuse. Oh, he's talking about shipmate ship Arrows. Oh, it's a Ro-Ro on hire from DFDS from the Isle of Man Steam Packet Company. Oh, thanks a lot, shipmate. Oh, now I know. Shipmate Nicola Lambert was quite clear this morning when they all docked. Probably was, but the forecast wasn't brilliant. And a couple of days ago, I got up early to do broadcast in the morning, and when I looked out, it was just couldn't see anything. Oh, there's shipmate Ms. Bays. Welcome aboard, shipmate. Many thanks for subscribing. Yeah, just watching the Mindshift 3 head down Southampton water, and then we're waiting for this container ship to depart. Then we can follow out the Ada Perla, and Ada Perla's here. We'll see, we have our shipmate Hans from Norway in the chat. He would have liked the itinerary of one of the earlier ships, which was 20 days in Norway, visiting lots of Norwegian ports. I suspect Hans would have marked me down for mispronunciation of most of those names. Well, the shipmate Circuit Refers, what track am I using? I'm using one called My Ship Tracking, and I send them data, so I get the I get the pro version for 3. I get things like 3D buildings here in port, and right up to date information, and it looks nice. It works really well. I've been having some of the problems with some of the other ones. I also use Vessel Finder. I supply vessel information to them as well. The AIS receiver's a little tiny Raspberry Pi unit with an antenna on it. Pretty good. Seems to work well. Well, the shipmate Barbara Siegel says, "Hello, Captain. I need to visit the UK before I die." Yes, I suggest you do, shipmate. In fact, more importantly, I suggest you visit the wonderful port of Southampton. And we will greatly receive you. The container ship with the funny name, well, not as funny as the ship earlier. It is the CSL Tiger. She's reversing round the corner here. Then she'll swing here and then go past. And then once she's done that, Ada Perla will follow her out. I personally think that Ada Perla could have got going beforehand, but she might have been finishing up with various duties, I suppose. The smaller boat accompanying Mine Chief 3 there is the Southampton patrol vessel. I wonder if I can... also, the advantage I get a lot of tracks on this one. No track, here we go. Oh, don't think it's particularly accurate there. It's obviously missed a bit of information. That's right, I'm just looking at the track for Mine Chief 3. Where she came in. Came in around the Isle of Wight, past the Nab anchorage. And this is the Bramble Bank. This is where the cricket match occurs, right here in the middle. And then she came up Southampton Water. All the way up here. And then turned around and then docked. And then now she's off on the next leg of a voyage on her return home. Back to Bremerhaven. Where everyone will get off. Whole new ship full of passengers will then depart a little bit later. Well, the shipmates. Quintin Forbes, welcome aboard, shipmate. May I thank subscribing. Got the Red Funnel ferry chasing down the cruise ship there as well. Oh, well, the shipmate Paul Osborne. Oh, he uses the Raspberry Pi to submit tracking, but for aircraft. Oh, excellent. So it's probably a very similar principle then, isn't it? I presume there's something similar on aircraft, similar we call AIS for vessels. I'm assuming there's a aviation equivalent. Yeah, it's a free little bit of open source software I run, connected to my antenna. And what's quite handy is that the companies that run the websites, if you send them free tracking information, they give you free access to the website. You get all the premium features for free. And the captain does like free.
Red Falcon VTS will receive new traffic information outbound the Mine Chief 3, currently approaching Lane Lake Clear Channel. The GSL Gear currently swinging in the upper swing ground, also cleared channel. And due to depart about 20 to 30, the Ada Pearl 46 burst also.
Well, the shipmate, Paul Kent, 1963. Good evening, Captain. Is the Ventura due in tomorrow? Yes, the Ventura is due in tomorrow. We have 3 ships in tomorrow: the Norwegian Dawn, the Ventura, and the Regal Princess.
Island VTS west of Nav outbound. Thank you. Have a safe crossing.
Well, it's looking wonderfully clear out there. I wonder what the visibility is. I suppose it's still around about 47 nautical miles. Oh no, 33 nautical miles. It's dropped down a touch. That's a bit of a shame. Can't quite tell who's winning this race, if it's the Mine Chief 3 or the Red Funnel. I suppose I could go and check, couldn't I? We could check on the tracking app. It'll give us a speed. So the Mine Chief 3 is travelling at 14 knots. Already got 12 knots, so the Mine Chief 3 is winning. The Red Funnel ferries can only do about 13 knots maximum. Or of course the cruise ships, they can get somewhere up near 20 knots, 22 knots even. Pigeons, go away, pigeons. started things. There was that container ship. I think it's there. I think, yes, it's just started its spin. Shipmate Paul Osborne, he does something similar to me with the AIS. Yes, he sends his aeroplane data to FR24 ADSB exchange and 360 radar. All got the good points, but it does mean you usually get paid for subscriptions for free. I agree. I like Vessel Finder, but then occasionally I find it really doesn't work very well. I don't know why. So then I go off it and I use something else for a bit. So currently I'm using My Ship Tracking, which I do like because it is very smooth and I like the maps, I like the ships, I like everything about it. But I will show you the downside of this ship tracking. So if, for instance, if you click on the vessel, it comes up with a picture of them. But if I click onto something, there's a picture of Red Jet. How about this one here? No. And then I suspect, no. See these tankers here? No pictures for these tankers. And yet if I use, well, there is for that one, if I use something like a vessel finder, there'll be pictures for most of the ships. And then if you use marine traffic, which I think is probably the most popular one, if you use marine traffic, there is pictures for every single vessel on there. Even small pleasure craft have their pictures on there. So in that respect, it's better for pictures. Just noticing up on the top of Ada Perla, a lot of shipmates up there getting ready to depart. Probably enjoying the sight of the container ship turning around at the upper end of the terminal near the setting sun. Up there somewhere in the combination of smog from the chimney and setting sun. Well, the ship OC Aviation says, why is there sound of water coming from the video? I'm not sure there's the sound of water. You can hear the halyards clinking above the captain's cabin. That's that sort of tinkling noise, if that's what you're referring to. Sussex Rail Enthusiast says that Vessel Finder does glitch sometimes. It does. I've not put my finger quite on what it is with Vessel Finder. It doesn't get on very well with something else on my computer. That's the best way I can describe it. It works really well on the phone, but when I'm using it on the computer, it clogs the computer up. It's quite difficult actually seeing this container ship at the far end there. It's what's camouflaged by the other container ship we have. Well, the shipmate cruising from the shoreline says hello. Hello there, shipmate. More correctly, you should be saying ahoy. Definitely getting more people out on the balcony up there. Or that could be the smoking area, I suppose. That's a possibility, isn't it? Blue Spanner Hades complaining about RAM usage on Vessel Finder. Yes, I think that might be an issue on my computer as well. Oh, I've just noticed the moon. Right at the top of our picture there, right above Ada Perla. Interesting, isn't it? The container ship we're waiting for is the GSL Tiger, and she is departing Southampton for the port of Rotterdam.
Roger 7, VTS, message received. Yes, please, sir, if it is safe to do so, carry on.
And that's about all I can say about that ship. 277 metres long, with a beam of 40 metres.
Samano, VTS, good evening.
Well, the shipmate Pip Smith. Welcome aboard, shipmate. Many thanks for subscribing. Does look a pretty evening out there. What's the temperature doing? Oh, it's dropped off a bit now. Definitely cooled off a bit. Although it's going to pick up the rest of the week and next week as well. Looking rather clear over the Solent. Not many people out and about. Does look like the red funnel is gaining on Minesheaf 3. Currently 8.5 knots. Oh, she has slowed down. And the red funnel is at 12 knots. So we will potentially see an overtake here. In fact, I can see the overtake in progress.
Ada Prima. Cheers, to go.
To go, Prima. James, originally going to wait, but we're 2 and 1. Are you content if we go now? We'll be out your way in 10 minutes.
Go, I'll come down slow.
Thank you.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, good evening.
VTS, Red Osprey, good evening.
So, Prima.
Good evening. That's us shifting from the main running berth at Royal Pier over to our lay-by berth. Thank you.
VTS, Ida Perla. Singled up on 46, spoken to the GSL Tegea. With your permission, we're ready to go now. Copy, thank you.
I didn't hear VTS there, but there we go. The lines are down on the Ada Perla. So she decided to nip out before the container ship. I don't know if she was just waiting a little slightly delayed, so was going to follow the container ship out, or we just can't be bothered to wait. The container ship here, the CSL Tiga, she's up there, so Ada Perla is going to come and reverse out from her spot here, swing round and go on. So the container ship said he'll just go slowly, take his time. There are the lines coming in on Ada Perla. All lines are in, and I think I can see her moving. Yes, indeed. I don't know if we're going to get any honking. Honking would be good. So far, we've been treated to a reasonable selection of honking this evening. Shipmate Danny says, Captain, I've always used marine traffic. I find it best. Yes, I do like marine traffic, but there are some things I don't like about it. So it is very good. This Y ship traffic I'm using also goes back, I think it goes back 30 days for where the ship's been, which is quite good. I don't remember what marine traffic does. I don't think you get that feature with the free membership.
Southampton VTS, GS together, all swung in the upswing ground.
Excellent. Good old haulage there from Ada Prima. Marvellous noise. I haven't had any figures from Ada Perla. May have said Prima there. Ada Perla. Ada Perla. Where is Ada Perla off to? That's a good question, I hear you ask. Well, she is on a 7-day round trip from Hamburg to Hamburg and calling in at Southampton. It's her first port of call. Then next is Le Havre. You probably heard the pilot say that she was off to Le Havre. After that, Zeebrugge for Bruges in Belgium. Then Rotterdam in the Netherlands. And then back to the lovely Hamburg. The container ship, she's at the other end. She's swung. She's slowly going to come down now. The Ada Perla, as you can see, is backing out of the ocean terminal, and the Mein Chief 3 is heading down Southampton water.
Game the Roma David here.
Don't know that we'll have any waivers particularly on board. Can't imagine we'll have any flags.
Game the Roma David here. Message received. Thank you. Your colleagues on Somalo just leaving Portsmouth. They're outbound of it.
Although I have noticed we do have quite a few German shipmates in the chat, so maybe we're getting more popular. We have had some wave a while back. In fact, she was in the chat yesterday, I think it was, saying that she was waving from a torch from one of the ships some months ago when she was in port. So, yeah, you never know. Never know. Eve, that looks like a lift or something there at the stern, doesn't it? I wonder what it is. Not being on an Ada ship, I don't think our channel sponsor Paul from Love Cruise is able to supply tickets for Ada cruises. I think they start in Hamburg and stop in Hamburg. I suppose if you wanted to travel away to Hamburg, you could. He might be able to sort you out, but it's not his line of work. Ada Prima, built in 2017. It's 8 years old. 124,000 gross tons. I'm going to call that sort of medium-sized cruise ship. She has capacity for somewhere between 3,200 and 3,400 passengers. I'm betting there's somewhere around about 3,300 passengers on board, if anything's to go by with the recent numbers. Last refurbished in 2022 and has one sister ship, the Ada Prima. Ada Prima, Ada Perla. They look the same, they almost sound the same. Certainly a way to confuse the captain, that's for sure. She spends most of her time based in Hamburg, travelling around Europe, occasionally up to the fjords, mostly around Europe, until, as is typical with most cruise ships, the winter comes along and then they migrate over to the Caribbean. Very sensible indeed. Quite a few shipmates out on their balconies this evening. I was going to say a few topless Germans, and I just remembered that somebody suggested that these could be a nudist-based ship. But it seems okay. I can see many clothes. So not in trouble with YouTube just yet. Lovely colours this evening, though. Getting quite close to sunset. What time is sunset, actually? That's a good question. Captain normally knows these things. I think it might be just after 9 o'clock. It is 20 past 9 is sunset. Well, shipmates CS28 says, oh yes, check the number of subscriptions. 59,000.9 subscribers, nearly 60,000 subscribers. Well, thank you for that, shipmate. I didn't know it was getting quite that close. That gives me this opportunity to remind you, if you haven't subscribed to, please do think about subscribing, and be even closer to 60,000 then.
Manchester PTS, Royal Main Beach, thank you. And you've got the Red Falcon approaching North Spawn southbound. Manchester PTS, 4 Town.
some of the other Ada ships. I don't remember about this Ada, the Ada Perla or the Ada Prima, but certainly the Ada... can't think what it's called now. Have a fantastic light show. So when they depart in the winter time, they are absolutely festooned with lights, LEDs all over, colour changing left, right and centre. Really lights up a grey winter's day in December. See the container ship is puffing its way down to the terminal here. Front facing cabins there. I've noticed there's also, this is one of these ships that's got a little like letterbox slot at the front. And there we go, look, there's some shipmates lurking right at the very front.
VTS, Red Osprey, just sending our last lines now on Town Quay Seabird. Next crew in 2300 for the midnight sailing. Thank you very much. Good night.
I do have a fascination
Red Osprey, VTS, all received. Thank you. Have a good night.
with getting right to the very front of the ship. And apparently you can there. Some of the shipmates have said on some of the ships that area is reserved for a certain class of passenger, but I don't know about that one. Always easy to identify the Ada ships. Great big set of lips on the bow and an eye, and this one has a very vertical bow. In fact, if I go back to the other camera, you can really see the vertical bow. Go back to the port cam, there you go, there's the vertical bow just there. And the container ship there, the Tiga, still being towed along with the tugs. Oh, might get some colours from the centre section here of the Ada Perla, reflecting the setting sun. There we go. Oh, lovely view of the side of the Ada Perla. Well, the shipmate CS28 said, oh yes, the drone show live wanted to do the target. Yes, that's right. They were banging on about it as well, weren't they? Lovely reflections coming on now onto port cam. That's the CSL Tiga. Slowly coming down to Mayflower Park. Yeah, looking very pleasant out there this evening. Over such a gentle breeze, a bit of sun, quite warm. I think we're going to have some lovely sailing ways the next couple of weeks. Setting sun over there. Ada Perla just the right hand side of our screen. Get a better view on her shortly. The old bow thrusters are working. Bringing the bow around. Well, the shipmate Bonty Bird's Wake said it's unusual to have a covered bow on a cruise ship. This one's a slightly different design. I can't say I've seen too many like this one. Ada Perla and the Ada Prima.
Caribbean Star, VTS, Portsmouth for Portsmouth. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Well, the shipmate Sarah L. When is Queen Mary 2 back in? A little while. Memory serves me correctly. Let's see if I can give you that information. 15th of July, shipmate. We will see the Queen Mary 2. Shipmate David says, it's a pity it's not dark. We'd love to see all the lights. I don't know if the Ada Perla has the lights. I can't remember which. It's definitely one of the other Ada ships. The Ada... I can't remember which one it is. Ada Nova? Ada... something or other. One of the other Ada ships definitely has lights on it, but I'm not sure about this one. It might be a bit old. There's the container ship coming along nice and slowly, letting the Ada Perla finish her spin. And then she'll be heading it down Southampton water. Oh, the shipmate Paul Woodbridge says, what are the buses doing down in Southampton docks? There you go. Shipment. Excellent. Blue Spanner Hades has posted the link up there. I think they're electric buses for transport for London. And they've been delivered from wherever they've come from, which I think is China. And they arrived flat, no charge on them. They can't recharge them, so they just sat there. No, that's not the reason. But they are for transport for London. They are electric buses for transport for London.
Southampton VTS. GS Together, just approaching the Pierhead Buoy, outbound now. See the speed coming on the Ada Perla.
There we go. There's the container ship.
Cheers, yes, still receiving.
And he has noticed that's the Ada Perla. Is putting on some speed. There we go. You can see the thrust from the stern there. What was that? Shipmate Wednesday. Any recommendations for reasonable accommodation for the boat show in September? Ridiculous prices, Captain. No, sorry. I do not have any recommendations. The prices are crazy for boat show. That is what it is, I'm afraid. Probably your best bet is if you can stay somewhere else and drive in. Stay in Basingstoke, perhaps, or Portsmouth. So many people at the boat show need to be at the boat show. Yeah, people who work there, people are visiting for a couple of days. All the accommodation area gets sucked up, and the prices are ridiculous. I know each year the shipmates who happen to have booked a cruise for that time of year look at the prices and can't work out why the Holiday Inn is suddenly 3 times the price it was before. I mean, there are a couple of budget hotels, the Abyss and there's a couple of Accor ones. Was it the Abyss and I forget the name of the other one. There's a couple of budget ones down near the train station, but again, even they, I think, have quite high pricing. It's quite a nice sunset coming on. And there's the Ada Perla arriving to the dock head.
VTS Bargate, we're all finished from the GSL.
to gear. We're now outbound to fall to BP Ample for the Alpha Land Airway.
Stargate VTS, all ready, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, perhaps even Bournemouth as well. I'm just seeing someone else said good train links to Chichester. Yeah, good train links at Basingstoke, Portsmouth maybe, Bournemouth. There's a lot of accommodation in Bournemouth. But yeah, it is a problem. It is a problem. Wants to make a night of it. Well, yes. In that case, check out the budget accommodation, the Hotel Ibis. Or Ibis. Depending on your pronunciation.
Right, Falcon, VTS, again, thank you. Traffic information, Unique Impala over Dock 10 outbound, and GSL to gear, pier head outbound.
No container ship that way. Cruise ship this way. And that one is departing. Well, the shipmate Kath Brown says, "Hi, Captain. Did you get an invite to go on the Regent ship 7 Seas Grandeur date?" No, I didn't. Might have a little chat with our channel sponsor, Paul from Love Cruise. He's the one who sorts me out with all these invitations to get on board ships. You would think they would invite the captain on board, wouldn't you? All this advertising I'm giving them. Is the Ada Perla heading past the dock head, heading down Southampton water and continuing her 7-day cruise, metropolitan cruise from Hamburg, calling in at departs in Southampton on Saturday, calling in Southampton today, then Le Havre next stop, Paris, then Zeebrugge for Bruges, then Rotterdam for the Netherlands, and then back to Hamburg. It is a reasonably colourful sky we've got going on this evening. It's a little bit over there of the container port. There she goes past the dock head. Advantage of the camera is it's shooting right in to the sunset, so concentrating the sunset all behind the ship in one go. If you're actually here, you've really got to look to see it. So that's one advantage of watching Solent Ships on watching the ships on Solent Ships. You get better pictures, frankly.
Ada Perla, GSL to go.
I don't think we've had any numbers, but I'm guessing that she'll be reasonably full. Let's see. All the ships seem to be reasonably full at the moment. Shipmate L007 says, "Do you get piped aboard, or is that just in the military?" I think it's just in the military. That would be fun, though, wouldn't it? I'd like to be piped aboard. Oh, the shipmate Winners. I think he had Mine Chief 3 berth to us next to us in St. Martin last February. Very nice indeed, shipmate. You could well have done, although equally it could have been Mine Chief 4, or Mine Chief 5, or Mine Chief 6.
Ada Perla, VTS, Western Southampton, traffic information, the Red Falcon, approaching Bordium.
Ada Perla, to Gala. Hi, Noel. Yeah, my dead slow is 7.5, so I'm just going to sit at dead slow, let you pull ahead and get some distance. Cheers.
Well, that's interesting. The Tager's dead slow. It's 7.5 knots. That's reasonably fast.
VTS, Eleanor.
Eleanor, VTS.
Yeah, we're all done on here. GS to gear. Slow ran down the handle. Got the handle tanker away from the anti-layer.
Eleanor, VTS, all received. Thank you.
There we go. It's the tugs have finished with the Tegea. Someone saying about the Cowes sunset. Not much of a sunset on Cowes Camp. It's not really facing the right way. It's facing more northeast than northwest. It needs to be facing northwesterly, really. Well, Shibate, hope you've enjoyed that one. Bit of a long, extended one. Bit of a mega Monday. I don't think we've had 5 ships on a Monday before. I could be wrong, but I don't think we've had that before. Well, I shall be back broadcasting tomorrow. We've got 3 ships tomorrow, so I shall do that. Someone suggested I might try broadcasting in the morning. I'll think about that. But yeah, 3 ships tomorrow. We have the Norwegian Dawn, the Ventura, and the Regal Princess, and they are departing at 4 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and 5 o'clock. Very sensible timings there indeed. What's going on Itching Cam? Oh, there you go. There's that setting sun. If that camera's essentially just shooting right into that. Oh, looks like I've got some marks on the lens there. What's going on? Well, I've enjoyed that with Shibates. I shall continue following the Ada Perla down Southampton water. And if you haven't subscribed, please do think about subscribing. Apparently we're very close to having 60,000 shipmates on board. That would be great. Just like to thank all the members of the channel, all the PayPal donors, all the patrons, and of course all the Blue Spanner crew who do a fantastic job in the chat, not only on my live streams for Ships TV, but also all the other live streaming cameras that are running all the time. Right, till next time, shipmates.
BTS, Red Jet 7, Town Quay for Cows, please.
Red Jet 7, VTS, all received traffic information. Cheers down to gear, doctors outbound, Fleet Ada Perla, Team Mayflower outbound, both close channel.
All received, thank you.
Southampton VTS, GSL Tigger at Western Shelf outbound.
GSL Tigger, VTS, Western Shelf outbound, thank you. Traffic information, the Red Falcon at Canland inbound.
Okay, we'll see, thank you.
Malo VTS, West Princess outbound, thank you. Have a good crossing.